Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And what agency were they from?
Atlanta.
Atlanta
Atlanta
who?
PD.
APD?
Yes, sir.
And who's the person that you contacted to go get that surveillance video?
I believe it was investigator Teague. He's with the Homeland Security Division, and his responsibilities are collecting surveillance video upon request.
All right, and that's what threw me off. Is Homeland Security, but part of APD?
Yes, it's
Okay.
a division within AP.
And investigator T, the Homeland Security, one of their functions is those are the people you call when you need surveillance, to find surveillance video and an investigation at your work.
That's who I contact when I need something. When I needed something, I don't know of all of his functions or
Okay.
job responsibilities.
And to your knowledge, no one needed to get a warrant to get the Citgo gas station footage, right?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, you just asked T to get it, and he was able to get it,
I
right?
believe he had already had it.
Okay. And you would agree that the video footage was a big part of your investigation, it was an important part of your investigation, correct?
Yes, it was.
It shows exactly the movements of people in the Citgo gas station that night.
That's your question?
Yes.
Yes, it shows. Yes.
How, to your recollection, how long did it take APD Officer Teague, Homeland Security, to obtain the surveillance footage? If she knows.
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer it, madam, if you can.
I'm not certain.
Regarding the April 26, 2015 compound, incident at the compound and Blue Ivory, I know that you said this wasn't your focus, but I'm going to ask you, did you ever call Investigator T or anyone from Homeland Security to obtain video footage from Blue Ivory on April 26, 2015?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. Do you know of any other officers that attempted to obtain video footage from Blue Ivory on April 26, 2015?
I don't know.
In regards to the Lil Wayne bus shooting incident.
That was actually a Cobb County case.
And I'm asking, do you know of anyone that
Right.
attempted to obtain surveillance video?
I'm not certain, sir.
All right. Now, you were involved in the investigation of the Donovan Thomas case, correct? The Donovan
I was
Thomas
not.
shooting?
I was not the lead investigator on that case.
I know you weren't the lead investigator, but you were involved, correct?
Involved in which portion of the investigation?
And then, did you do work as part of that investigation?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. All right, so you did no work on Donovan Thomas.
I sustain the objection.
All right. You were present, and I'm not going to ask you what anyone said, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But you were present when Kenneth Copeland arrived at APD headquarters on January 10th, 2015, correct?
To the best of my recollection.
And you were let me just ask you this. You aware of a green store? What's called the Green Store in Atlanta on 490 Glen Street?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that the Green Store has a camera system?
I sustain the objection.
As an investigator for several years at the APD, you've heard cases at the Green Store, correct?
No, I have not.
Okay, and so you have no idea whether they have a surveillance system at the Green Store.
I sustain the objection.
As part of your investigations into the Donovan Thomas case, did you make any efforts to obtain video from the green store at 490 Glen Street as part of that investigation?
Sir, I just stated I was not the lead investigator on the Donovan Thomas homicide, nor have I worked any case at 490 Glen Street, the Green Store.
Who was the investigator at the Donovan Thomas?
Investigator.
Are you aware of Investigator Thorpe making any attempts to get video surveillance from 490 Glen Street on January 10th, 2015?
Objection, foundation, basis, and speculation.
I stand
I'm
objection.
asking if she's aware.
I stand objection.
You're aware of a McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue back in 2015 at the corner of Cleveland Avenue and Old Hateville Road?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware, did you or are you aware of Investigator Thorpe attempting to obtain surveillance video from the McDonald's restaurant at Cleveland Avenue and Old Hateville Road for January 10th, 2015?
Objection, compound.
I stand objection as to form.
Are you aware of anyone attempting to obtain the surveillance from the McDonald's for January 10th, 2015?
An objection, vague, as to when they attempted.
I stand objection.
For January 10th, 2015. That surveillance footage.
That particular day, or the day that someone went to that?
That particular?
Yes.
You attempted to obtain the footage
Myself and Investigator Dennis did go to the McDonald's. Yes, sir.
to get the video footage from January 10th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Where's that footage?
We did not get it.
Do you have a police report indicating that you attempted to obtain that footage?
The police report was not required.
You didn't. You went and attempted to obtain video footage in regards to a homicide investigation, and you didn't write a police report about that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Basis.
Foundation, mischaracterization of testimony, she was not working homicide.
I stand the objection.
Your Honor, how can they say?
No, I'm not gonna speak. I'm staying the objection. You can rephrase.
Do you
it
have
and
a
move
police
on.
report indicating that you did that work?
That's asked and answered. Move on.
Okay. Does Investigator Dennis have to your knowledge, have a police report indicating you did that work?
Speculation.
I stand the objection.
Okay. McDonald's had security cameras, correct?
Objection, vague.
I stand the objection.
Your Honor, the McDonald's on Cleveland
I
Avenue.
stand
and
the
Old-
objection. Move on.
She said vague. I'm making it clear.
All right.
The McDonald's on Old Hateful Road and Cleveland Avenue. They had security cameras, correct?
Objection, vague.
On January 10th, 2015.
Okay.
So you mean the answer?
Yes.
It appeared to be video cameras on the outside of the McDonald's. Yes.
And to your knowledge, we don't have that video.
Objection, Your Honor.
To-
Assumes facts not in evidence.
To her knowledge,
Ask and answer.
I stand the objection.
Nicholas Robinson is an individual that you interviewed or you took part in an interview of, correct?
Nicholas Robinson.
The person who claimed his name is Nicholas Robinson.
I don't recall Nicholas Robinson.
All right, on October 19, 2015, you and Investigator Thorpe encountered a gentleman who claimed to be named Nicholas Robinson, who came into the Atlanta Police Headquarters, correct? Claimed to have knowledge of the Donovan Thomas.
Are you talking about the young man? I believe his name was Spencer something. Are you talking about that incident?
Yes.
He didn't come just voluntarily walk into Atlanta Police Headquarters. So I believe your characterization of how it occurred is not correct.
Okay, he was arrested for felony charges and then told the police he wanted to come talk to y'all.
Your Honor, I'm going to object that hearsay. This witness and what that person said.
I stand the objection.
After being arrested for felony charges, did someone come to the police department to talk to you and Investigator Thorpe?
No, someone requested to speak with homicide in regards to the Donovan Thomas murder. I was not assigned to the homicide unit. So Investigator Thorpe spoke with him.
Okay, this person said his name was Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Objection, hearsay.
Why don't you rephrase the question, sir? Do you know who the witness was that came in?
You asking me, sir?
Yes.
I believe his name was Spencer, something. I'm not sure if
No,
it's,
I want you to speculate, but do you know?
I don't remember I don't remember the name that he initially gave. If you saying it's Nicholas Rob, I'm not going to refute that. I just don't remember that name. I remember Spencer,
Someone by the
whatever.
name Spencer Wright, is that?
I'm not sure of his last name. I remember his first name is Spencer.
Okay, someone by the name of Spencer came in, but initially they gave a fake name, correct?
I believe.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Speculation.
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase though.
Did the person give a fake name?
To the Zone 1 officers, yes, he did.
Okay. And when he started speaking to, okay. You testified on, I believe on Tuesday, that your practice when you're interviewing people is to make sure you get their name and date of birth, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And while this gentleman was speaking to Investigator Thorpe, you looked into the background of who this gentleman was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you
It may have-
discovered,
I'm sorry.
oh, go ahead.
It may have been after I spoke with him. I don't believe it was during the exact time as Thorpe was talking to him. I checked him out. I believe it was after I spoke with him.
Okay. And all this happened on October 19th, 2015?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And in you doing your due diligence to check who this individual was, you realized that he had been lying about his name, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you alerted Detective Thorpe that this guy was lying about his name, correct?
Yes.
And on October 19th, after you told Detective Thorpe about this man lying about his name, Detective Thorpe continued to speak to him, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. One,
Basis.
speculation is to what Detective Thorpe did.
She was
And
there.
relevance is to, relevance and foundation is to this.
I stand as to speculation. You can rephrase
Were
those.
you in the building
What building?
where the interview was taking place?
Yes.
Were you aware that the interview was taking place?
Not initially, but eventually, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Well, I mean, you were aware because you were checking in the guy's background, correct?
After I spoke with him, yes, sir.
Okay.
If that's what you're asking.
And when you realized he was lying about his name, you told Detective Thorpe, as we discussed, and Detective Thorpe continued to interview him, correct?
I can't tell you what Detective Thorpe did as far as his investigation.
The next day, after speaking to Spencer Wright, who gave the name Nicholas Robinson,
Hmm.
Detective Thorpe took out 4 warrants for the murder of Donovan Thomas, correct?
Yeah, I'm going to object.
Basis.
Foundation, basis, speculation, this witness, this processing.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. You aware that Detective Thorpe took out warrants the next day?
Objection, same.
I sustain the objection.
Detective Thorpe, when he, on October 20th, 2015, took out warrants for Shannon Stillwell.
Objection, Your Honor, for the same reason.
I sustain the objection.
You've seen the surveillance of the Donovan Thomas shooting? On McDaniel Street?
I'm thinking. I believe I saw it on the news.
All right.
Like on the news.
Mr. Carter, need to put a pause in there. We need to take a comfort break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a comfort break. If you could come back for our 11:45, please, and we'll be in recess until that time. All rise. She come.
Oh, yes, several times.
All right, summon our jurors, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Sharp, go ahead.
This court. Investigator Gaither, to my recollection, I last asked you about the surveillance video from January 10, 2015, the Donovan Thomas shoot.
Okay.
Have you seen that surveillance video?
I believe I saw it on the newscast, not the actual video that investigators retrieved, or are you just saying period?
Either one.
I believe I saw like a clip of it on the news.
Have you ever seen the gentleman who now we know is Spencer Wright? Have you ever seen him in the video being on the scene?
I believe I saw the video, a short snippet of it on the news, like the vehicle driving by. I don't recall any particular persons or anything in the video, just the vehicle.
Fair enough. You know an individual by the name of Kenneth Copeland, correct?
I do.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask about what was said to you by Mr. Copeland, but I am going to ask about the times you've seen him. Okay. You saw him on January 10, 2015 at police headquarters, correct?
It's either the 10th or the 11th.
Either 10th or 11th, night of the 10th, going into the morning of the 11th, correct?
Correct.
All right. Was that the first time you had ever met or seen or interacted with Kenneth Copeland?
No.
As an investigator, you give out your phone number to people in the community from time to time, correct?
Are we speaking about something specific, or?
You give your phone number for people to call you, if they have information, things like that.
I have, but it's not a general practice where I just hand out my phone number.
Okay, do you, at that time, I'm talking 2015, when you were still with APD, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did you have like an APD work phone, or did you operate off of your personal cell phone?
I had a work number.
Okay, you had a work number.
Yes, sir.
As part of your investigations in 2015, you gave Kenneth Copeland had your work number, correct?
After, I want to believe it was the second interview. If you're speaking around the time of the homicide, that January time, no.
Okay. Now, he was arrested in June of 2015, correct?
I believe
on
so.
federal charges?
I believe so.
Okay, sometime between January and June of 2015, you gave him your number, correct? Your work number.
It was definitely after January. I
Okay.
believe it was after January.
Did you have phone conversations? Again, not asking what was said.
Mhm.
Did you have phone conversations with Kenneth Copeland in January of 2015?
I don't recall. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I can't recall at this time.
Do you have any reports documenting these phone conversations with Kenneth Copeland?
In my possession today?
Yes.
No, sir.
Do you have any recordings of your phone conversations with Kenneth Copeland?
In my possession today?
Yes.
I don't have any information as far as reports, recordings, police reports regarding information that Kenneth Copeland gave.
How about February of 2015? Do you know how many phone conversations you had with Kenneth Copeland on your work cell phone in February 2015?
I don't.
Do you have any recordings of these conversations?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any police reports regarding these conversations?
I'm not sure.
Okay. March 2015, same questions. Do you have any documentation of the phone conversations you had with Kenneth Copeland?
Yeah, same answers.
Okay. What about April 2015? Do you have any police reports or recordings of the phone conversations with Kenneth Copeland?
Same answer.
Do you know how many phone conversations you had with Kenneth Copeland in April 2015?
I don't.
How about May 2015?
I don't recall a number that I've ever spoken with him as far as the time frame and the exact number.
June 2015, before his arrest, do you know how many phone conversations you had with Kenneth Copeland?
I don't recall a number of phone conversations ever for Mr. Copeland.
Okay, and do you have any police reports summarizing how many phone conversations you had between Kenneth Copeland and your work cell number from January to June of 2015?
Here with me today, no.
Where would those reports be?
I haven't.
Cause for speculation and-
If you know,
I sustain the objection.
do you know where those
I
reports?
sustain the objection.
Okay, did you write reports about those things?
I believe some of the information was documented, yes, if we were speaking about a particular investigation.
I'm not speaking about the investigation generally. I'm talking about these phone conversations.
What is your question?
Did you write reports regarding the phone conversations?
No, I object on the basis of vagueness and ask for clarity.
I sustain the objection, Mr. Form.
Did you have any reports regarding the phone conversations between you and Kenneth Copeland between January 2015 and June 2015?
Are you speaking about a particular incident?
I'm just.
I don't want to speak generally to you.
Any phone conversation that you had, did you write any reports?
If you're speaking about something specific, you can ask for something specific. So
Okay, well,
I don't
what
want,
dates did you-
I'm still answering. So I don't want to answer you generally because I don't want to give the wrong mischaracterization of my answer. So
Okay,
if you're asking me something specific, I can ask something.
I would like to be very specific.
Okay.
What date did you have a phone conversation with Kenneth Copeland in February 2015?
I don't recall a specific date, but I've had phone conversations with Mr. Copeland several times between January and June.
So, and did you write reports?
Are you, again, asking about something specific?
Specifically on February 22nd of 2015, did you have a phone conversation with Kenneth Copeland?
Was that a particular incident that occurred that day?
No, can I have your reports?
Your Honor, I object.
I sustain the objection.
You're working a different job today than you were in 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But in preparation of your testimony, you did have phone conversations with the prosecution team about the plans of you testifying, correct?
I've spoken to Love, yes.
Okay. Have you spoken to other members of the prosecution team?
I may have spoke with Simone once.
Okay, was this
Miss Hilton, sorry.
in person or on the phone?
Objection, Rose.
The witness availing themselves to prepare for testimony? Shows bias.
I'll hold the objection.
Is this in person or on the phone?
Majority of the time over the phone, if I was available.
You said the majority of the time. Approximately how many phone conversations?
Since the start of myself coming into court,
No, since they started calling you potentially as a witness to prepare you to testify.
I may have talked to Miss Love twice since my time that I've been here testifying. I've spoken to her more often, but I'm really not available to be on the phone during most times because of my my job.
How many in-person meetings?
With Miss Love,
With anyone from the prosecution?
again, can you be more specific? Do you mean since my testimony has started?
No,
One,
since this case started.
I don't know when this case started. For me, it started 2015.
In the last year, regarding this case,
Mm-hmm.
how many in-person meetings have you had with members of the prosecution team?
I may have met with Miss Love once.
Okay. Is that in addition to the one time you said you met since your testimony started?
No, I see Miss Love every day that I'm here.
Okay, so you talk to her every day that you're here as well?
Yes.
Okay, so, for instance, I believe it was on Tuesday, you were asked, the first questions you were asked were to clarify, telling Walter Murphy that you were gonna give him a chance to sober up. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, the state spoke to you about that the day before and said, hey, you said sober up, we're gonna ask you about that, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't recall if they did.
You're aware that the defense attorneys
Mhm.
were also seeking to speak with you prior to your testimony, correct?
I believe Mr. Steele reached out.
Okay. Mr. Steele wrote you an email hoping to speak with you, and this was around December of 2023, correct?
Object to any questions about what someone else did.
I stand the
You're-
objection. I stand the objection. But you can rephrase if you like.
Okay. As a witness, Mr. Steele reached out to you about talking about the work in this case, correct?
The work in this case, or that he wanted to speak with me about regarding this case?
About the work you did in this case.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I couldn't understand. You said the work you did. I didn't.
Yes, the work you did in this case.
He stated he wanted to speak with me in regards to the case. He didn't say a specific reason.
And initially, there was going to be a telephone call to discuss things, but eventually you said that you did not want to speak about the work in this case to the defense side, correct?
No, you're incorrect.
Okay. I'm going to. I'm not seeking to admit. Approached Your Honor?
Yes, you may, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna show you, an email,
Your Honor, without the witness identifying it, you could just say position number.
DS-13, Your Honor.
All right.
Is that an email you sent to, Attorney Steele on December 28th of 2023?
It's part of it. You missing a little bit.
Okay, you can put down. See if that's-
Are we looking at just the first page, or are you said? Oh, I'm asking you a question. You said, is this an email that I sent to Mr. Steele? Is that what you asked? Okay, this is a portion of an email chain.
Right. And
Okay.
you can look at the previous
Okay.
pages
What am I looking for?
to make sure that you feel that it's an accurate representation. Email.
I believe this is accurate, but your characterization of what I said is inaccurate.
Okay, well, we're gonna talk about exactly what you said.
Absolutely.
In the previous pages, Mr. Steele was trying to set up a meeting to speak with you about the work in this case, correct? Your work in this case, correct?
Correct.
All right. Could you read the email on that top page?
Yes, I'm
Did
going
they-
to object.
Basis.
You say reading the document, not evidence.
The prior and consistent statement.
It's foundation. I'll sustain this to that. I sustain objections to that.
Okay. Is this an accurate depiction of the emails that were exchanged between you and Mr. Steele?
It appears to me, it looks a little out of order, but for the most part, it appears to me.
Your Honor, at this point, at this time, I would ask to admit DS-13 into evidence.
Objection.
Yes, Your Honor. It's
Basis.
still hearsay, not inconsistent.
I sustain the objection.
Investigator Gaither,
Yes, sir.
on December 28, 2023, did you write, "Good morning, Mr. Steele. I have decided not answer any questions at this time. Hopefully, you are able to find answers to any questions you may have in my corresponding police reports." Is that what you said? Is that what you emailed?
That is what I emailed after Mr. Steele was getting an opportunity to call me and meet with me, and he did not meet that time. So therefore, I was not gonna keep rearranging my schedule because he did not meet that time.
Hopefully, you are able to find answers to any questions you may have in my corresponding police reports.
Mhm.
Investigator Gaither, where are your police reports?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
I sustain the objection.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, how about we take some lunch at this point in time? You all could be back for 1:30. We'll go ahead and continue with our current witness, okay? All right, so we'll be in recess until 1:30. Madam Investigator, if you come back for 1:30, please.
Yes, sir.
All right, okay, all rise. What's that? Please be seated. All right, Mr. Steele.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
I want to talk with you, if we could, about the snake intertwined through the soul of the eagle. You know what I'm referring to for a second?
The album cover?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can we put up Mr. Williams? I believe it's in evidence. If it's not, please tell me that I'm wrong. But I believe it's already admitted. It's 70. Mr. Williams, it's 70A. If not, it's already in evidence under another exhibit number.
Who's going to put it up?
Mr. Kokomo, if that's okay.
Yes.
It should be on your screen.
Yes, sir.
And in the screen on top of you, the jurors, you know, sorry, but it's in green. Is that the way your screen is too?
Here?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's not that way. I thought you meant the green on the snake. My apologies.
No, that's fine. Okay. And the album cover, though, if you remember, is not green, right? It's just
No.
a display on top of your behind you. Fair
Yeah,
to
this
say.
background color is white.
All right. Now, I want to talk with you about this, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
This is approximately, do you remember the year by any chance?
I don't call the exact year, top of my head.
That's fine. 2017 sound approximately right?
You say so, I believe you.
Okay. And when is the first time that you noticed this image or album cover? And I'm referring all the time to Jeffrey Williams, Exhibit 78.
When the album was released, again, I'm not sure of the exact year of it, but I believe it was 17, like you stated.
Okay. And you knew that this album was released by Mr. Williams, fair to say?
Sure, yes.
A performer known as Young Thug.
Yes, sir.
And Future. Do you know who Future is by any chance?
No, he's another Atlanta rapper, correct?
Yeah.
Or entertainer.
Yeah. And they're both collaborating on this album, fair to say?
That's fair.
And were you aware at the time or now that YSL logo, mascot, whatever the right word is a snake?
At the time, yes.
Okay. And were you aware either then or now, just correct us, that Future's logo was an eagle?
It was an eagle, but not this depiction of an eagle, but yes.
Okay. I'd like to ask you a couple of things about that. What you're saying, if that's okay. Now, from your vantage point, I think you told the jury you didn't just say that's wrong and correct me.
Yes, sir.
But this somehow was inspiring or an exciting part of the gang war that he told us about. Fair to say that this picture, that's how you took it. It was
said it.
insulting to IF.
Objection, Your Honor, compound question.
I stand as to form. You can rephrase, sir.
The reason that this caught your eye is you believed, I think you told the jury, and if you didn't, just say you misunderstood and incorrect,
Okay.
that this album cover was somehow throwing gasoline on a gang war. Is that something
Yes,
like that?
yes.
And that's because it's your understanding that the snake really is kind of inside, the way I look at it, the skull of the rival gang. That's how you looked at it. Fair to say?
That was the depiction that the gang unit had based on our previous dealings with both individual gangs.
Now,
And I'm sorry.
no, I'm sorry, I cut you off. I thought you were done.
And their emblems that they use to represent themselves.
Now, I want to ask you some of these questions.
Mhm.
Just tell me, best your memory, who you spoke with and what you did about it, okay? The performer known as Future that we have been asking about. Were you aware that he was signed at the time of this record album cover by Sony Records?
No, I was not.
Were you aware that Sony Records also has a subsidiary, meaning a subpart, Epic Records?
I object to, facts not in evidence, assuming that's not in evidence with the word you're aware of.
I sustain the objection.
Did you know that Epic Records was a subpart of Sony Records?
Objection still, Your Honor, for assuming facts not in
I
evidence.
sustain the objection.
Just asking the question.
I sustain the objection.
Did you ever look at the back of the album cover to see who produced the album with that artwork on?
No, I was. If this was, I trust what you say. It was released in 2017, is what you said. Is that what you said? 2017. I wasn't in the gang unit in 2017.
But at any time, did you, since you took note of it, did you
Mhm.
talk to your coworkers and anybody just look at the back of the record album?
Yeah, we spoke about the record, but that wasn't part of the conversation to look at who produced it.
Did you ever attempt, and when I say you, I'm including your teammates,
Right.
okay?
I understand.
Ever speak with anybody to find out whose idea was that artwork?
Objection calls for speculation.
I sustain
I'm
the
not
objection.
asking
I
any
sustain the objection.
Okay, don't
Calls
speculate.
for speculation.
Did you ever bother, and I don't mean that in insulting, just did you ever take the time to find out who did that artwork?
What's the relevance of who drew it?
Just asking, did you do that?
Objection, relevance.
It's the image that we've been talking about.
Oh, the objection. You can answer as you can, Matt.
Yes, it wasn't relevant enough that who drew it for me to ask or inquire.
I'm sorry, I
I'm
can't.
sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I think I cut you off. You said it wasn't relevant. Drew. That's what you said.
For me, it was not relevant, the artist.
And how much,
Question.
how much input did Jeffrey Williams or anyone with YSL have in creating that artwork?
Objection, foundation, basis,
I-
speculation.
I sustain the
Is it
objection.
important to know how much input Jeffrey Williams himself would have into that artwork?
Objection, made.
I sustain the objection.
How is it important to you as an investigator, and you've been qualified as an expert, and I'm talking about YSL, is it important to you to know whether Jeffrey Williams had any involvement in the creation of that artwork?
For me, the creation of the album, no, but the message that can be interpreted by artwork is based on the individual viewer. And coming from the gang unit, you talk about free bands. I've never seen Future or free bands represent themselves with just the skull here. I've seen images of If Gang represent themselves with If Gang, ABG, with just the head of the bird, not the full wings like free bands. So my interpretation of it was disrespect.
Since you interpret like that, would it be important to know whether Jeffrey Williams had any involvement with that artwork?
If he put his name on it, there's some level of involvement.
The artwork or cover?
With what's being put out and representing his name. That's what I would conclude.
How about YSL? Any members of the record label or whoever you want to call it YSL, how much input did anyone with YSL have to create this?
Objection calls for speculation.
I stand the objection.
Do you know whether anyone with YSL had any input in that all?
Again, I conclude that if someone put their name on something to be presented to the world and represent themselves, you would have some level of input on what's being put out to the world.
Did you do anything to corroborate your belief?
Objection, however.
Oh, the objection.
As in,
Anything?
no, it's not against the law to make a artwork. You know, it's not illegal. I was investigating crimes, not just specifically artwork.
Are you familiar with YSL putting out an album cover with an eagle holding a snake? It's actually familiar.
Not off the top of my head. I mean, if you can show me something, I could tell you if I've seen it or not.
Let me show you what has been already marked as Jeffrey Williams number 221. May I approach?
You may, sir. Just show it to the stage.
Thank you. I've already sent it to him previously and I gave him a copy. Can you take a peek at that if you don't mind?
Sure.
Tell me if you recognize that.
I think I may have seen this. Yes.
And does it look like what you have seen before? Meaning, is it accurate in what you remember previously?
It looks accurate. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams' number, and that would be 221F.
Your Honor, I would object unless additional foundation is laid. This, you know,
Can I see it, please? I stand the objection at this point.
Well, how have you seen Mr. Williams' 221F?
Say it one more time.
How have you seen Mr. Williams' 221F?
I may have seen it online.
Okay. And what did you recognize it to be?
An album cover.
And I've already asked you this, I want to ask you again. Does it look similar to what you've seen online or identical to what you remember seeing online?
In reference to the same picture? Yeah, it looks pretty similar.
Your Honor, I believe a foundation has been laid.
Okay, you have any further objection?
No, Your Honor.
What's the number of these exhibits, sir?
221F.
So 221 alpha, is that what you said?
F.
Oh, 221 alpha, okay.
Can you show it with Mr. Kokomo, Your Honor?
Just hold on one second. Let me admit it first. Okay, JW 221F is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Okay. Do you know what year this came out?
I do not.
That's fine. And here, there is an eagle. You recognize at least a depiction of an eagle?
Oh, yeah, it's like a large bird.
And then a snake being held?
Yes.
And you know the artist named Sergio Kitchens, he performs under the name Gunna?
I don't know him personally, but I've heard of his name.
Okay, part of YSL?
Sir?
Part of YSL?
Yes.
And then Roddy Ricch, RODDYRICCH?
Mhm.
That's a performer, right?
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yes, sir.
And they did this album that the judge admitted 221F. It's not the album, it's the cover, the artwork of the album, right?
Correct.
And in this one, you notice that there's a snake. That's a symbol of YSL, right?
Yes.
And then the eagle carrying the snake. Fair to say? The eagle's holding the snake.
Yes.
And did you know that Roddy Ricch's album or motto or logo or symbol is the eagle? Did you know that?
Objection, assuming facts not
I'm
available.
asking you whether the witness,
I state the objection.
did you know whether Roddy Rich's symbol was an eagle?
Objection, assuming facts not
I
available.
state the objection.
Based upon your knowledge, do you know whether Roddy Rich's symbol is an eagle?
I do not.
You ever look into this?
An album
Yeah,
cover?
okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. As part of this case, you ever look into this album cover? You ever find this fascinating or interesting?
It's not fascinating to me, no. I didn't look into it.
Now, you're aware of Mr. Williams is not the only artist who, if you are familiar, who uses a animal or a symbol as a model or logo. Is that true?
Objection, compound invasion.
I state the question.
Are you familiar that, you know, the artist Lil Wayne,
Yes,
Wayne Carter?
yes.
You familiar that he uses a goat
A goat to do what?
as his symbol? Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Are you familiar with the album where Jeffrey Williams and Lil Wayne have a goat and a snake on the cover?
A goat and a snake?
Artwork.
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
Are you familiar with the performer known as Lil Baby?
Yes,
Are you familiar that Lil Baby uses a sculpture of a little child?
Objection, assuming facts not available.
I state the question.
Based upon your personal knowledge, do you know whether Lil Baby has a sculpture of a child as his motto or logo?
no.
You don't know that? Okay. You don't know
I
that?
answered no.
Are you familiar with an album cover where Jeffrey Williams and Lil Baby collaborated, and there's a snake and the sculpture of a little baby on the album cover? Are you familiar with
Objection,
that?
compound.
I state as to form.
Are you familiar with an album cover between Lil Baby and Jeffrey Williams or YSL member Gunna, where there is a snake and a statue of a little?
No.
Are you familiar with Jeffrey Williams and Future doing another album cover where there are two eagles and a snake? Are you familiar with that?
As far as album covers, no, I'm not familiar with the artwork.
Let me just show you this, so this refreshes your memory. And if it doesn't, just say it doesn't.
Okay.
I approach Your Honor,
You may, sir.
showing you Mr. Williams 2212.
I'm not familiar with this.
Now, are you familiar with the performer known as Drake?
Drake?
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you know whether he has an owl as his symbol or logo?
Yes.
So it seems to me that you didn't speak with anyone in YSL about the artwork on State's Exhibit number 70A, right?
Objection, as to testify.
I state the objection.
You didn't speak, did you speak with anyone with YSL, any of the artwork people there, any of the managers, anybody? Jeffrey Williams 70A, it should be in front.
Objection, as to
State the question.
You didn't speak with anyone with Futures people, Sony Records or Epic, about 78 to see how that artwork was developed or created, right?
Again, the artwork is not illegal to do. And as well as I wasn't in the gang unit in 2017 and thereafter when this stuff allegedly came out.
Let me ask you this. Is it possible, from your expertise, that 70A, Jeffrey Williams 78, has nothing to do?
This is 78, I'm sorry.
No, It's the one with the skull of the eagle and the snake going through it.
Okay.
Your Honor, I object to that question based on speculation that is not.
I sustain the objection.
Detective Gaither
I
said,
sustain the objection. So you can rephrase it more.
would you consider that you could be wrong, that that artwork, which is on the screen now, 78, had anything to do with any type of influencing a gang war? You'd be wrong.
Could I be? I think anybody on this earth can be wrong about something, but if you're saying artwork is left up to the interpreter. And as far as the gang unit and the back and forth shootings that we were working, it appeared relevant at the time.
I want to talk with you about the back and forth shootings.
Yes, sir.
Now, the back and forth shootings, I think you said during your direct testimony,
Mhm.
started about around October 2014 and continued until you left the City of Atlanta Police Department. Is that fair to say?
I went back to about October to start looking. That was my starting point.
You agreed, or did I miss, you said October 2014 about, right?
I don't know if I said it started in October. I said that was my starting point
Okay.
to look back at.
So at least by October 2014.
At the very least. I didn't say it started in October.
Okay. Now, in October 2014,
Mhm.
using that as a starting point, understanding it might be before.
Correct.
Just using October 2014. We then go through October, November, December, January, and got to January 10th. It's the killing of Donovan Thomas. Fair to say?
That's true.
And January 2015.
Yes, sir.
It's we got about 3+ months from October 2014 to about January 10th.
Yes, sir.
And then it continues thereafter, right?
It does.
All right. Now, I want to go back to this fight or war starting around, it could be before, October 2014. We have the IF and we have allegedly the YSL gang, right?
Yes.
Okay.
IF gang and YSL.
Yeah, and maybe other people, but that's basically what we're talking about.
Sure.
Okay. Now, did you know in 2014 whether Jeffrey Williams was making a movie with Donovan Thomas in October 2014? Were you aware?
No.
Were you aware that Jeffrey Williams was making a movie with Donovan Thomas in November 2014?
No.
Were you aware that Jeffrey Williams was making a movie with Donovan Thomas in December 2014?
Assuming facts not in evidence objection.
I sustain the objection.
Were you aware whether Jeffrey Williams permitted, and that, whatever, allowed, I don't know, was with, let's just do, let me erase the question. Were you aware that Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas in October 2014 during his musical concerts?
Objection made.
I'll rule the objection.
No.
That's right.
Were you aware that Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas in November 2014 at Jeffrey Williams concerts?
Your Honor, I object facts not in evidence. Assuming facts not.
I sustain the objection.
Did you know whether Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas in November 2015 while Jeffrey Williams performed live shows?
No.
December 2014, were you aware whether Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas in December 2014 when Jeffrey Williams was performing shows?
No.
Were you aware that Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas on New Year's Eve of
Objection.
December 31, 2014, going to January 1, 2015?
Basis.
Assuming facts not in
I
evidence.
sustain the objection.
Did you know whether Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas or Donovan Thomas was with Jeffrey Williams on New Year's Eve on December 31, 2014?
No, I was not.
Going into, obviously, January 1.
New Year's Eve to the New Year's Day. No.
Did you ever look at Donovan Thomas's postings on the social media promoting Jeffrey Williams' music?
Objection. Assuming facts not in evidence.
I'll sustain the objection.
Based upon your work, did you ever look at Donovan Thomas's social media in October 2014, November 2014, December 2014, January 2014, promoting Jeffrey Williams' music?
Objection to compound.
Let's stay as to form. You can rephrase, sir.
All right, we're gonna break it down into month by month. Did you ever look, and then tell the jury if you did and what you found, October 2014?
No,
Don Thomas's social media promoting Jeffrey Williams.
no,
The same question, November 2014.
no, sir.
Same question, December 2014.
No, sir.
Same question, beginning, obviously, God forbid, there was a killing, but beginning of 2015, Jack.
I believe I saw, well, after his murder is when I first saw Mr. Thomas's social media page. I hadn't seen it before.
And I was inarticulate in my question. I don't care if you look backwards. I'm saying, do you remember October 2014?
Specific dates, no. I know that I first saw his page was after his murder.
You have a great memory right now of where you can pull out and tell us. And otherwise, I'll show it to you. Donovan Thomas promoting Jeffrey Williams' music.
I don't.
Let's stay in the objection.
I don't think it was vague at all. I understand
I'm-
this is so
I'm
good.
with
Okay,
you.
I'm moving on.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna ask you again.
Mhm.
At any time that you reviewed Donovan Thomas's social media, okay,
Okay.
did you find in October 2014, do you remember him promoting Jeffrey Williams?
I can't recall the exact date. I do believe he may have posted a picture or something of Mr. Williams, but to give you an exact date of what the context of the photograph was, I couldn't tell you.
Let me show you a couple of things.
Sure.
Your Honor, may I step back for a minute?
Yes, sir, you may.
They're gonna look for it. I'm gonna continue just in the.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to talk with you about what I call, I think referred to a repost, the Whiz app. Do you know what I'm talking about? You played it at the very end of court last Wednesday.
What was the last word you said before app?
You played it last Wednesday right before we broke.
The video?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
the video audio.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Number one, well,
Your Honor, can we put up, Kokomo, if you're able to do it, otherwise I'll ask someone else. States number 112 BB.
All right, sir.
and for the purposes of the record, this was in his advice, we had 112, so I would make the video 112. Bravo, bravo, alpha.
Whatever's in evidence.
All right, then 112 Bravo
or excuse me, repost was that? If you know.
I'm not understanding what are you asking?
Did you or any of your teammates do anything to look into how somebody uses repost with that application?
No,
And then this is posted by not Mr. Williams, correct?
this particular post on the screen with the comments, this is Mr. Garlington's page, Demekion Garlington's page.
And we know that because I believe kind of towards the top center right,
Mhm.
S, and then instead of like a C, what I would say C, it's XAR underscore, then same thing, X replaced with C, so Scarface, but with 2 X's. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And you know that through your investigation to be Demekion Garlington's Instagram account, right?
yes,
Okay. Now, you know that there are voices in the background, correct?
besides Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Yes,
I have Mr. Williams up front, and then the background I have other voices.
yes, sir.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury when this audio was made by Mr. Williams?
Maybe we approach
Yes. State's Exhibit number 112BBA. Do you know where that recording is made?
No,
Do you know how many people were present when that recording is made?
just listening to it, it sounds at least like 3 people, 3 at the least.
Three at the least, I think you said.
Yes,
Do you know whether other people are there who are not heard on the audio?
you said where they are?
No, I'm asking you, do you know whether other people are in the room who are not heard on the audio?
Maybe I'm not, are you saying, do I know where they are or whether they are?
Let me ask you a different one.
Uh-huh.
Could other people be there in the room where this is made, wherever this is made,
Mhm.
who are not audible on the 17-second or 15-second?
No, I reject that one. The speculation.
Now, on January 26, 2015, is it fair to say that that's the date that YFM Lucy's mother, Mr. Rashawn Bennett's mother's house was shot into? Well, I call it drive-by shooting, but whatever, was shot into for nonstop.
I don't know the exact date. I know her house was shot at least 3 times, and she was shot once. 3 separate incidents, excuse me.
Do you have any evidence that Jeffrey Williams encouraged or consulted with Mr. Garlington to do this repost on January 26, 2015?
If he consulted with him?
Yeah, or encouraged him to do it.
No, sir.
Now, what we hear here, it starts in the middle of talking. Is that understanding?
I don't know where it starts.
All right, well, let's listen to the, if we can just, we're gonna go a couple of times on this, if that's okay. I know it's
Sure.
short. But listen to the very beginning.
Mhm.
Tell me whether you hear somebody else, not Jeffrey Williams, okay?
Okay.
Could you, and then we're gonna stop in a couple of seconds.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters.
You hear the beginning?
Yes.
Could you make out those words?
And I object to they.
Yeah, which words are you talking about?
The first speaker is not Mr. Williams. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And could you make out do you know who that speaker is? The very first speaker.
I don't want to speculate. I got a good idea.
You know, I'm not trying to get you to violate your oath. Do you know who it is? Let's start there.
If I wasn't there, I'm certain I'm not going to say his name.
That's fine. All right. Do you hear those words from another person before Mr. Williams starts speaking?
Yes.
And on that, do you hear that speaker saying and swear to God the truth, I'm going to lie on God? Do you hear that?
You can play it again. I can barely understand what he's saying.
We're going to play it a couple times if you need to, but I
Okay.
appreciate your time.
Hmm.
You just go to the beginning and back.
Yes.
You could slow it down if you want, but that's up to Detective Gaither.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, then get ready in the courtroom.
Did you hear the first speaker, not Mr. Williams,
Mm-hmm.
and swear to God the truth, I'm going to lie on God? Did you hear that?
I heard something to that nature. I heard the on God part. I really couldn't understand what he was saying after.
We'll do it one more time, and if you don't, we'll just go to move on, okay?
Okay.
But that's it.
So a lot of their mama, a lot of their kids, a lot of their brothers and sisters, then get ready in the courtroom and tell the God and his truth.
Did you hear that first speaker say something to the effect of, "I swear to God, the truth, I'm gonna lie on God"?
I heard, I swear to God, and something about a lie. I didn't hear what you heard.
And when you take an oath and other people take an oath in a courtroom, is it tradition that we raise one hand, the right hand, and then we take an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? It goes to this video. All right. Do you know that when people testify in a courtroom, generally, they are sworn to tell the truth in relation to this video?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you hear that speaker number one talk about, "I'm gonna lie on God"?
As I stated, I didn't hear the last portion of it. I heard him say swear to God and something about lying. I couldn't understand the last portion of what he said.
I'm gonna do it one time and then we're gonna continue.
I've heard it 3 times, Mr. Steele. I don't understand what he's saying, the last portion.
Then Jeffrey Williams, if you need to hear it, just let us know. He starts saying, so an N, I'm not gonna say the word, lie to their mama, lie to their kids, lie to their brothers and sisters, and get right in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth. Is that fair to say, close enough?
Something to that effect, yes, sir.
So Mr. Williams is talking about people lying to their mothers, brothers, sisters, kids, right?
Your Honor, I object as to the speculation of witnesses.
I didn't ask for intent. Three different times, people, the N lies. To their mothers, brothers, sisters, kids, right?
Your Honor, I object to the video.
All right. Did you hear Mr. Williams then say, and then gets right in the courtroom to tell the God's honest truth? Did you hear something like that?
Yes.
Now, did you hear a different speaker or the same speaker, but not Mr. Williams, say, "That's what I'm talking about"?
I don't recall. If you want to play that portion again, I'll let you know if I heard that.
You can start from the beginning.
So nigga, a lot of their mama, a lot of their kids, a lot of their brothers and sisters, then get ready in the courtroom and tell the God and his truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it. Y'all niggas need to get fucking killed, bro.
You dog.
Did you hear that second speaker, not Mr. Williams, say, "That's what I'm talking about"? Did you hear that time?
No, I heard the FN word. I didn't hear what you're saying.
All right. You heard a different speaker, not Mr. Williams, say FN.
It wasn't Mr. Williams, no.
Okay. And then you don't know exactly your bro. Did you hear that?
I heard talking, but I didn't hear that.
And then did you hear another speaker, not Mr. Williams, say, "Nothing but the truth, so help you God"? Did you hear that?
I heard God again. I don't think it was all of what you said.
You just did it one more time. Sure.
So nigga, a lot of their mama, a lot of their kids, a lot of their brothers and sisters, then get ready in the courtroom and tell the God and his truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it. Y'all niggas need to get fucking killed, bro.
You dog.
You snitching bitches?
From me and YSL.
Okay. Did you hear that? Nothing but the truth to help you God from someone not Mr. Williams?
Something to that effect, yes, sir.
All right. And then Mr. Williams said something like, "Don't get it, y'all ends need to be effing," I'm not saying the words, "kill, bro." Hear that?
Yes.
And then you snitching bitches, someone else said, not Mr. Williams. True?
I don't believe that was Mr. Williams.
And then Mr. Williams ends it with, "from me and YS." And it cuts off.
I thought he said YSL, but You say it cut off. Okay.
Your Honor, I would object that it is uncertain with respect to her testifying.
Now, from your investigation or your coworkers, what was being discussed during the time that Mr. Williams made that recording that's now memorialized in that exhibit?
This one here. I mean, at that time, we were seeing a lot of posts from both sides, putting up information about each other. So our main goal was to memorialize stuff, was to save it.
Tell the jury what, did I cut you off? I apologize.
Go ahead.
Did I cut you off? I'm not sure.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Tell the jury what trial, talking about lying on God, lying, I'm going to lie on God, whatever you heard. You know, people lie to their kids, lie to their mother, all that.
Mm-hmm.
They write to a courtroom, tell the God's honest truth.
Mm-hmm.
What trial was going on around 2014, 15 that you knew about?
There's a lot of, I'm sorry, go ahead. There was a lot of cases going on in 2015. Are you speaking specifically for this date, January, or just 2015? It was, I want to say 32
32 what?
shootings.
Yeah, but who is testifying around January 26th when this repost was done?
I'm not certain. This was very early on in the investigation, so I don't believe anyone was arrested for anything just yet.
Have you spoken with anybody who said that they were there at the time that this was made?
Your Honor, that would appear today.
Don't tell me what was said.
Still object, that would be the
I'll stay in front of that. She said, I'll stay.
You know that people, I heard you say with earlier today, that people at times lie to others, investigators, courtrooms. Is that true?
objection, compound, and they.
Do you have experience that people lie to investigators at times?
People as in witnesses, victims, or just which one?
Both, anybody.
Sure.
And people in your experience lie under oath?
Say again?
People in your experience come in courtrooms and lie?
Your Honor, I'm going to object, having the witness.
Are you familiar with people who come to courtrooms and lie?
Objection.
All right. Mr. Murphy, well, let's start with this one. Trantavia Stevens. Remember the recording, Trantavia Stevens and Mr. Rodney Allison that you talked about?
The jail?
Yes.
Sure.
Not the jail call. What was the date of that jail call?
I don't have it right here in front of me.
What would refresh your memory?
I'm not certain. I don't have it here in front of me.
You remember during that jail call that there was a communication between Mr. Allison and Mr. Trantavia Stevens, also known as Slug or Tick, about Jeffrey Williams.
Yes.
And you remember them calling Jeffrey Williams rapper boy.
I do.
You remember them laughing at Jeffrey Williams.
Laughing at him? In what regards? I'm sorry, Mr. I don't know if I can hear you or not. Can you? I can barely hear what you're asking.
Let's do this. What is it? You have this, what exhibit number? What exhibit number?
Jail call.
Your Honor, we're going to play. It's already been admitted.
Which exhibit, sir?
I'm finding out right now from the
All
state.
right.
And ask Mr. Kokomo to be able to play. I'm
You can play.
I'm just waiting for the states to.
107
107 Barlow.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Kokomo, you can play that, sir.
Can we play at 555, Your Honor?
That shit crazy.
What the boy doing?
What one?
Rapper boy.
Oh man, I just was talking to his ass too. I just talked to his ass. He ain't talking about shit. He ain't talking about nothing, man. Say he finna go out of town or some old shit.
You ain't trying to give me no lawyer, man?
Man, hell no. Hell no. Well, shit, man, I don't even know why you even think he's gonna goddamn. Man, that man ain't. Well, if he is doing that secret, I don't know. So don't let me say he ain't tell me nothing about getting down. He ain't say shit about that. Now, I ain't gonna lie.
Thank you.
Now,
What number did you stop at? 645 stop. Were you able to hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was Mr. Trontavia Stevens speaking at first, saying what that boy doing? Is that the first voice?
Yes.
And then Mr. Allison said which one, and Mr. Stevens said rapper boy. Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay. And on that, Mr. Stevens asked whether you know that to be Mr. Williams, right? They were talking about Mr. Williams.
Objection, Your Honor. That would call for speculation.
It was already testified. Do you know who rapper boy was being referred to? If you don't, just say I don't know.
Objection, foundation basis and speculation.
We'll go with rapper boy.
Your Honor, object to the commentary.
You can ask that question.
Mr. Stevens asked whether he, being rapper boy, trying to get me a lawyer. You hear that?
Yes, that's what he stated.
And Mr. Allison said something like, no, he's going out of town. And if he is, he's doing it in secret. Don't let me say, he ain't tell me nothing about it. He ain't say SHIT. I ain't gonna lie. Something like that. Is that fair to say?
Something to that effect, yes, sir.
Any evidence to share with the jury that Jeffrey Williams is not Trontavia Stevens, a lawyer? He paid for a lawyer?
No, I stated that he did.
No, you didn't say that.
Oh,
Actually, do you have any evidence?
I've never looked into that, sir.
Did you know that Mr. Trontavia Stevens used the public defender?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not that.
I state objection.
Let's go to 1420 on the same exhibit.
he ain't got to ask the nigga for nothing. Motherfucker. Now, when I was telling that boy, he ain't talking about shit.
You have
The
1 minute left.
The rapper dude ain't talking about nothing, man.
That boy name, man, what they call him. That boy name rapper boy.
That's what I just said. That rapper boy, he ain't talking about shit. And I hate that shit every time you get fucked up. That nigga can't do shit for you. I hate that shit, man. That's some sucker shit, though.
That's some real stuff.
Yeah, damn right it is.
Hey, look, I
Shit.
just talked to my girl for me. Look, right? They just started this shit down here with, they be sending me your iPad out here and shit.
Numbers. 15 minutes and stop. Did you hear Mr. Allison say the rapid dude ain't talk about nothing, man? Did you hear something like that?
Yes,
And then Mr. Stevens saying that boy ain't what they call him. That boy is rapid boy. Did you hear that?
I did.
Then two of them laughed.
Roughly after, yes, sir.
And and Mr. Allison said that and can't do SHI for you. You hear that?
And is it more anything before or after that? I don't remember specifically, just those 3 or 4 words.
And that is the recording that you found and you alerted, you segregated, whatever the right word is, on this case. Is that fair to say that's what you said?
Downloaded?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any jail recordings where Trontavia Stevens says that Jeffrey Williams is the leader of this gang?
No.
Jeffrey Williams pays for my lawyer.
No.
Jeffrey Williams, I do these crimes for Jeffrey Williams.
No.
Going to, and I, again, don't know the numbers, so I need help, but the Walter Murphy, you remember that call with Erica?
Yes.
Now that would be July 15, 2015. Fair to say? Sound right?
Sound about right.
What number is that? What number?
The Murphy booking call, 106 Road.
Mr. Kokomo place or in evidence states number 106. EB. EB, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. And it's 7 minutes. This should be the same call that you already listened to and downloaded.
Like, we gotta start a fundraiser or something. We gotta get me some more money so I can get a better lawyer, bro.
Stop. What number did you stop at? That's 711 to stop. Detective, did you recognize that as Mr. Murphy's voice?
I did.
And did you recognize him saying you have to do a fundraiser or something, got to get more money so I could get a better lawyer?
Yes.
And you knew earlier that day, before Mr. Murphy's taken to Fulton County Jail to use the jail call, before the jail call, you knew that he had a lawyer named Jacoby Hudson, right?
That's what he told us in an interview earlier that day. Yes.
And there was all that back and forth about if you want to have an interview, you want to call the lawyer. Remember all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it fair to say that Mr. Murphy never got a different lawyer?
Objection, that would call for speculation.
Is it true that Mr. Murphy, when you met with him on August 18, 2015, he was accompanied by Jacoby Hudson, same lawyer?
What's the question?
Is it true that when you
Is it
met-
true? Yes, he was with his lawyer, Mr. Hudson.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
He was with his lawyer, Mr. Hudson.
And then in February 11th, 2016, again, Mr. Murphy, you were there, met with you and the prosecutor and Detective Dennis, maybe one other person, I forget. And he again had Jacoby Hudson, same lawyer, right?
He did.
He didn't change lawyers. Right?
He had Mr. Hudson with him.
And then he said you got to start a fundraiser or something. Did you hear that?
That,
The little snippet you just heard?
yes.
We're going to come back to that in 1 second. Let's play 11:11 from the same state's 60. Mr. Kokomo, if you don't mind.
Bro, ain't the beat ain't nobody to be here for me, but I already know how this shit should go. Like, either we're gonna try to talk to her, I'm just gonna ask them straight up and down, like, start me a fundraiser. You know what I'm saying? Like, to really go on your page and start me a fundraiser. You know what I'm saying? And as Dora or somebody like that, they'll really be over it, or tourist. You know what I'm saying? Cause they're the only way I'm gonna get out.
11:41, he stopped it now. Were you able to hear that?
For the most part, yes, sir.
Okay. And is that again, Mr. Walter Murphy speaking on the recorded jail call that you downloaded?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Walter Murphy said, to be honest, ain't nobody fixing a beer here for me. Did you hear that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Just play. You hear that?
I don't remember hearing that part.
And either we got to try to talk to Thug, ask him, I'm just gonna ask him straight up and down, start me a fundraiser. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd really like to go on his page and start me a fundraiser. Did you hear that?
I don't recall hearing go on his page. His page. I don't recall hearing the page part.
Mr. Steele, before you pause it, another question. I have a good authority that we take a break, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about we take 10 minutes and we'll come back at, no, actually, we'll take 15 minutes. We'll come back at 3:05, okay? All right, all rise. Sorry, you heard about that?
Yes, sir.
All right, can we gather our witness, please? All right, Sergeant, call for our jurors, please, sir.
Not to my knowledge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Mr. Steele.
when we broke, I was asking you about whether you heard Mr. Murphy say to Erica, the woman you know as Erica, right?
Yes, sir.
About got to ask Thug straight up and down, start me a fundraiser. I really like to go on his page. Those questions, remember that?
Yes.
All right. To your knowledge and investigation, was any fundraiser done for Mr. Murphy?
Objection.
I'm not asking to speculate.
And not to my knowledge. I'm sorry.
And did Mr. Williams give any money for a lawyer for Mr. Murphy?
Objection. Foundation, basis, speculation.
Based upon your investigation.
Same objection.
Don't speculate. Do you personally have any information that Mr. Williams gave any money to Mr. Murphy for a lawyer?
No, sir.
Bond money,
Not that I'm aware of.
family money.
Objection, Your Honor. Said none to my.
I stand.
Now, do you have any recorded calls that you went through to share with the jury, Mr. Murphy speaking with anybody, where he states something effect of Thug owes me, I do protection for or security for his family?
Your Honor, object as to fail.
I'm not
I'll stand objection supporting.
as specific I can be. Do you have any jail calls to share with the jury where Mr. Murphy says on a recorded line that he does security for Jeffrey's family?
No, sir.
He claimed that with you. Remember speaking, not only you, but the other people? Remember he said that on August 18, 2015?
I don't believe those were his exact words.
Okay. Do you have any recordings to share with this jury where Mr. Murphy said something to the effect of, I've done so much for Thug in crime that he owes me. He should be paying for me. Do you have anything like that?
Objection, Your Honor, as to compound.
I'll sustain the question.
Do you have any recording to share with this jury while Mr. Murphy's on a recorded line that he said anything to the effect of Mr. Williams owes him?
As in jail calls or any type of recording?
Let's do jail calls first.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, the recording you're talking about, I assume, is what the jurors already listened to?
From the interview?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now, does it refresh your memory that I asked you if you said on direct examination that the jail call recorded between Mr. Stevens and Mr. Allison was a certain date? Remember you said, I don't remember the date?
I said, I don't recall at this time the date.
Does August 1, 2015 sound familiar?
I don't recall it. At this date. It may have been, I think, the second, maybe. I'm not 100% sure. That's my answer.
Do you have any social media posts from any source of Mr. Williams and Mr. Murphy after the end of 2013?
After what year, sir?
The end of 2013.
I'm not certain of certain dates. I don't have it here in front of me.
Do you have any evidence that Jeffrey Williams ever spoke with Mr. Murphy after the end of the year 2013?
As in a phone call or a face-to-face conversation? What do you mean?
Anything. Do you have anything you could show the jury?
To show the jury at this moment, no.
Now, I want to ask you something, and I think it was just your words were being used, and I'm not saying this was the intent. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Murphy was inside of Jeffrey Williams' home on the date of Mr. Murphy's arrest, remember July 15, 2015?
I remember the day. What's your question, sir?
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Murphy was inside of Jeffrey Williams' home? You know which home I'm talking about in Sandy Springs, Georgia?
Mhm.
All right, on that date.
I never stated he was inside the home.
And I wasn't trying to say you did. In fact, Mr. Murphy was arrested outside the home. Is that fair to say?
That's what I stated, yes.
Outside the crime scene tape. Fair to say?
Yes.
And do you have any evidence to share with the jury that Mr. Murphy was ever inside of Jeffrey Williams' Sandy Springs home?
Why would there be evidence to say he was in the house? I never stated that, implied that.
Fine.
That he was inside his home.
All right. Now, Jeffrey Williams did host or a fundraiser, had a fundraiser for Jimmy Winfrey. Is that fair to say? Remember that Free Roscoe campaign you talked about with the hat?
Yes.
That Mr. Murphy was wearing?
Yes.
And that was on Mr. Williams' social media posts?
It was on a lot of YSL members' posts.
And it had a lot of, I'm not limiting to this, but shirts were made.
There's a lot of merchandise made. Yes, sir.
All right. Nothing like that for Mr. Stevens, right?
Mr. Stevens?
Yeah.
Not that I recall.
Nothing like that for Mr. Murphy.
No, sir.
All right. Now, I want to go back, if you don't mind. On the music videos, you said you saw Jeffrey Williams' music videos, or some of them at least.
Are you speaking specifically
I will
about
speak
something?
specifically.
Yeah.
Are you, do you remember seeing a music video entitled Blood, where Donovan Thomas was in that music video?
I don't recall the title, Blood. You showed me the video, but I don't recall the actual title being Blood.
We'll do that in a minute, if it's okay.
Okay.
Let me just ask you a couple of questions,
Mhm.
okay? Are you aware that Mr. Thomas was in a music video with Jeffrey Williams dated December 29, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor, date as to the date, whether it was posted or made in the.
I'll stay as before, Mr. Steele. You can rephrase, sir.
Okay. Are you aware of a video made the day prior to December 29, 2014 and posted on December 29, 2014 of Blood, Mr. Thomas, Donovan Thomas and Jeffrey Williams video? Are you aware of that?
I think you just asked me if I saw the video Blood. Are we talking about the same video?
Yes, and I'm going to show it to you.
I can't comment on that because I'm not sure of the video that you're speaking of.
All right, I'm going to show you two videos just to save time,
Yes, sir.
but I'm going to ask you the same question first, and then if you need to see it, we're going to show it to you, okay?
Okay.
Are you aware of a video that was made just prior to, and when I say that, within the day or two, November 20th, 2014 freestyle, where Mr. Donovan Thomas was in Jeffrey Williams' video, music video?
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to some facts not in evidence and to a compound question.
I'm
Stay in, Judge.
Are you personally, have you personally observed a music video rather, Jeffrey Williams, freestyle, Donovan Thomas was in?
Is this the same video you were talking about previously?
Second one, different song.
I don't recall the title. If you show me the video, I can tell you if I'm familiar with it.
Do it. And that would be made, because I'll get an objection,
Okay.
just days prior to November 20, 2014. Does that help
I
you?
would object based on the witness's lack of knowledge,
Does-
expressed foundation.
I'm trying to refresh your memory.
I'll stay in the question.
Does it refresh your memory that that video was made 2 days prior to November 20, 2014?
Does not
Need to
refresh
see.
my memory.
You need to see them. Fair to say?
Your Honor, I would object to Mr. Steele refreshing the witness's memory with some other facts.
Yeah, you got to, well, you can use anything, Mr. Steele, but it needs to be shown. So,
Okay. Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo approach
yes.
with his laptop? Detective, is it okay, Mr. Kokomo approach?
Sure.
Well, tell us what exhibit you're, or what you're showing.
Mark,
So that's just, yeah.
they have.
Okay, you got it, but you got to mark it for the purpose of the record,
I'm
so,
about to.
okay?
221A is blood. 221B is freestyle. While they're doing that, can I ask you a couple other questions?
Sure.
Were you familiar with a movie? I asked you a couple questions about a movie. I'm going to be more specific. A movie named Gangsta Party being made in and around January 2015, beginning January, with Mr. Donovan Thomas, Jeffrey Williams.
I'm not aware of a movie made with Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas.
He's going to show you the,
Yes, sir.
and you can watch the whole thing too, if you want to. I'm certain, not commenting. I'm asking a
Well,
question.
you are, but you just, until she says that's something else, you are commenting, okay? So just give me a minute, give her a minute.
And Mr. Kokomo, for the record, what are you showing? Which is it, 221A blood?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, it's being shown to Detective Gaither.
Detective, let us know when you're finished with 221 Alpha, okay?
Okay. Is that the same video?
No, this is the second one.
Oh, no, I was saying okay to the judge when he said let him know. I wasn't done
Okay,
watching.
have you seen 221 Alpha already, madam?
This second one, I think I've seen. The first one, he switched to the second video.
This is the first one, 221A.
Can you play it a little more, please?
Okay, let us know when he finishes playing 221 Alpha.
I don't recall this one. The second one I did. This one I've seen before.
This is 221B.
Okay, so Detective, are you moving to 221B at this point in time?
Yes, the second video I've seen. The first one I don't recognize.
So 221A you do not recognize?
If that's the first one, yes, sir.
Okay, 221B Bravo you do recognize.
Your Honor, and I apologize, made an error. It's 222, not 221. I apologize.
All right.
And you know or recognize that video was made and displayed around November
Which one,
20th.
sir? Which one?
The B. I thought that's the only one that we're talking about.
Okay.
The second one, the one that you recognize is what I'm
Yes,
talking
sir.
about? Did you know or recognize that as being made and displayed on YouTube November 20th, 2014?
I don't know what date and time.
Would you refresh your memory to see the date and time?
You can show me, but I don't recall it being around that time. I'm not sure of when it was.
That's fine. Okay. Do you know Donovan Thomas to be in that video, music video? Did you see him in there?
The clip that this gentleman just showed me.
Or from your memory, or we'll show you the clip?
I don't remember him being in the video. When he showed me, I remember seeing the actual video before, but to say Mr. Thomas was in it, I'm not certain.
Okay. Your Honor, can we play 222B? Well, I move to admit it into evidence, first of all.
Madam, any objection to Defendant Williams 222 Bravo? All right.
freestyle. Your Honor, would you allow me to, the state's having a hard time with their internet connection. Would you allow Mr. Kokomo to approach again, show the state?
Yes, sir.
Can you do that?
Thank you.
No, you're gonna play it.
We have.
Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo display 222B?
As soon as the state's had an opportunity to look at it.
They have, I believe, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have no objection to 220, to defendant Williams 222 Bravo.
I'll also move for the admission of 222A. I understand what the witness said, but if the state has no objection, I'll move for
I'm
that too.
going to, I'll admit, defendant Williams 222 Bravo, and then maybe close as you see fit.
And I don't object.
All right, so Mr. Steele, as to, you're trying to tender, defendant Williams 222 Alpha?
Yes, self-authenticating.
Any objection to defendant Williams 222 Alpha?
Yes, Your Honor.
Basis.
Foundation, basis she does not recognize.
I agree, she did not recognize
I'll
it.
sustain the objection, sir, at this point.
I was, okay. It should come up on your screen, and I'm particularly interested, and I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to stop. We can watch the whole thing, but at 20 seconds. So it'll just be the first 20 seconds. And then I want to ask you if you recognize people in that screen, okay?
Yes, sir.
We'll just start at the beginning just for consistency. By the way, before it even starts, are you familiar with where this is filmed?
No.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, starting from the beginning, Your Honor. Right there. See that gentleman in the white?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury who that is?
It appears to be Donovan Thomas.
Okay. Now, there's to this too. Do you want to hear the audio or you need to hear the audio?
To identify Mr. Thomas?
I guess
No,
not.
I don't need to hear the audio.
Okay. Now, how does it fit into, thank you, Mr. Kokomo. Your Honor, it stopped at approximately 20 seconds.
Yes, sir.
How does it fit into this gang war that began at least by October 2014, as you describe it, and Mr. Williams' music video, November 20th, 2014, which is now in 222B with Mr. Thomas in it? Can you explain it to the jury?
I believe I stated my starting point and looking back for retaliatory shootings was October. I believe you said this started in October. The gang war started in October. As I already clarified, that was my starting point, which was October.
Did you not tell this jury that at least by October 2024, there was this back and forth gang war going on?
I don't believe I said that. I stated that was my starting point to look back at cases, calls for service, shooting calls. October was my start date.
All right. Now, I just want to make sure that I understand something.
Yes, sir.
I heard it with, when you were speaking with Mr. Sharp.
Commentary by Mr. Steele.
I'll sustain the objection.
When you were speaking with Mr. Shart
Mhm.
about DS-13, do you remember that?
About what?
DS-13, he asked you about an email exchange. You and I emailed.
The email. I don't know what DS-13 was. Yes.
Can I approach you on?
Yes, ma'am, sir.
Can I approach you?
Sure.
You sure? You need to refer to it, just, just say I need to refer to it. Now, I requested, and you agreed that we could communicate about this case. Fair to say?
Yes.
And that's typical between lawyers and witnesses or investigators. Fair?
I'm not a lawyer, and I've never communicated or had a Zoom call with any defense lawyer about a case that I was working.
Okay, nothing wrong with that, right?
Nothing wrong with it.
Me speaking with you about your involvement in the case.
No, it's nothing wrong with that.
And you were kind enough to agree, right?
I did.
And we memorialized that we were doing it in writing.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't rude of her. That's how we were. We're both
No,
busy,
it wasn't rude at all.
And then there was a misunderstanding, according to what you wrote, about when we were supposed to originally speak. It was supposed to be early in the morning. You thought, and I thought it was at 2:00. You remember that?
No, it definitely wasn't a misunderstanding. I stated clear in this email the time that I was available. So it wasn't a misunderstanding on my behalf.
And read what you wrote to me, if you don't mind.
Is there a certain portion?
Wherever you said, hey, I was available in the morning. I spoke with Seth Brown, something like that.
Your Honor, I was checked, this has been admitted to settlement.
I'll move for the admission of Mr. I can make it Mr. Williams, but otherwise it's DS-13.
Any objection to DS-13?
No.
DS-13 is admitted.
Maybe we show DS-13 then on a screen, it'll be easier. You can use it on the screen or right in front of you.
Okay. Which portion are you on?
And Your Honor, may we approach this for 1 second?
Yes, you may.
We'll just go from the bottom.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Kokomo displayed.
Yes, you can. Subject to the redaction.
You can use the one in front of you. It's easier. It's going to be on your screen as well, okay?
Yes, sir.
And the one on your screen, I just took out for privacy, your email address and other personal information, telephone numbers, but it should be the exact identical content, okay? So this one, this should be the bottom of DS13, so it should go back to front is my belief. And you tell me if I'm wrong. And at the very bottom, sir? Okay, so this is December 13th of 2000, if you could scroll up, Mr. Kokomo. Of 2023, 12:42 afternoon. Do you see that?
Page 5.
Should be the last page, yes, going up.
Now I have 6. Yeah, I believe. Okay.
And you see, my coworker wrote to you, good afternoon, Detective Gaither. I hope that all is well always. Please advise whether you have any availability to meet with Attorney Brian Steele via Zoom between now and 2 p.m. If yes, I will send you a Zoom link in Stanter. We look forward to hearing from you. Happy holidays, sincerely, and that's my coworker. Fair to say?
Did it read that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And then if Mr. Kokomo can scroll up and you can follow along also with DS13. And then you responded at same date, December 18, 2023 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you wrote, good afternoon. As I stated to Seth Brown, he's the gentleman who's seated right here, pointed to, correct, with the prosecution.
Okay.
From the DA's office, I would be available early morning today. Unfortunately, as of right now, I am not available to speak with you. I will be leaving town tomorrow for work until Saturday. If it is completely necessary to speak with me, we can try to set something up again another time. Fair to say?
That's what it reads, yes, sir.
Okay, and then if you go up to the response. And I wrote to you about 8 minutes later on December 18, 2023, Detective, how are you, family? With question marks. We were instructed that you would be available today from 9 to 5. Please designate the date and time best for you to schedule to, best for your schedule to speak. Thank you so much. Happy holidays. And that's me. Fair to say?
That's what it reads, yes, sir.
And then going up. You responded later that day at 5:29 in the afternoon, same date. And you wrote, I'm not sure who instructed you on those times, but I made it clear I was only available early morning. How does 12:28, 9 o'clock A, I would take it as AM, but work for you? Fair to say?
That's what it reads, yes, sir.
Okay. So you said about 10 days later.
From what?
Okay. And then
You saying 10 days later from what?
from the 18th of December, we'll have our conference call or Zoom call or meeting.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And then if you scroll up, And then next day at 5:52 in the morning, I wrote to you, perfect Zoom with a question mark, call, question mark, thank you, detective, happy holidays. Fair?
Okay.
Responding to your December 29th date, right?
Yes.
And then if you scroll up, you responded to me later that same day, December 19, 2023 at 10:39 in the morning. You said, I'll call you the day of. Please provide a good number. Thanks. Right?
Yes.
And then if you scroll up, I responded on December 19th, 2023, 1:43 p.m. The office number below, okay. And then the office number was there. I redacted it because I redacted all email addresses and phone numbers and addresses. Fair?
Okay.
You have it on yours.
Yes.
Okay. And then if you scroll up, you wrote okay at 2:08 p.m., December 19th.
Okay.
And then if you scroll up, Mr. Kokomo, then on December 28th, 2023, so the day before we were supposed to meet at 4:10 in the morning, you wrote, good morning, Mr. Steele. I decided not to answer any questions at this time. Hopefully you are able to find answers to any questions you may have in my corresponding police reports. Fair to say?
Yes, sir. That's what it reads.
True?
That's what it reads. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it might be, if you scroll up, that should be the whole exhibit. Okay, so and that's your right. You don't have to speak with me or anybody else, right?
Absolutely correct.
Okay. Now, you gave the jury a date that I took as October 2014 to start the back and forth 22.
Objection as to Mr. Steele testifying about what he understood.
When did the jury, if it was October 2014, now, when did the gang war that you described start?
So we're no longer talking about this email?
That was it.
That's it? Oh, okay. Could you repeat your question, please? I got a little confused. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Thank you very
That's
much.
good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other examiners have anything? Mr. Weinstein? Mr. Matthews? Ms. Westmoreland? Ms. D. Williams? Okay, all right. State and redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Sergeant Gaither, I'm gonna start where Mr. Steele stopped. When he asked you on cross-examination, when was it that the gang war that you were describing earlier started? Would you please answer the question for the jury, to the best of your recollection, when it was that the gang war between YSL and F gang started?
I will object to asking answer.
I sustain the objection.
And you were asked by Mr. Steele about your tenure with the Atlanta Police Department.
Bless you.
Bless you. When you left the Atlanta Police Department, did you go to another law enforcement agency?
I did.
And which law enforcement agency was that?
DeKalb County District Attorney's Office.
What was your position there?
I was an investigator.
And what caused you to want to leave the Atlanta Police Department to go work as an investigator with the DeKalb DA's office? Your Honor.
I'll rule the objection, sir. Answer it, madam, if you can.
Yes, sir. I was no longer happy with our leadership at Atlanta Police Department, the direction they were going, and I had enough time to retire. So, it was my choice on whether I stayed or leave, so I left.
How long did you stay at the DeKalb DA's office as an investigator?
A couple of months.
Did you work in any particular unit?
I believe it was major crime.
Would that have involved gang cases and homicides as well?
Yes.
And after a couple of months, did you go to another law enforcement agency?
No.
Or return to the Atlanta Police Department?
No.
Okay. After you retired from the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office, did you return to law enforcement in any capacity?
Objection to that form of the question.
Oh, sir.
Same facts that are not in
Sir, Mr. Matthews, I've already ruled on your objection, okay? So please sit down. Mr. Steele? I sustain that objection.
You were asked by Mr. Steele about Defense Williams, DS number 13, the email. To the best of your recollection, does that email that he put before you contain all of the correspondence between you two?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? If you can recall, generally speaking, what is it that your memory tells you was left out of that exhibit as it pertains to the email correspondence between you and Mr. Steele?
To the best of my recollection, I did give him, again, a date and a time that I would be available. I don't recall reading that in here. If I did, my mistake for missing it. But I did provide him with a date and time that I was available. I do travel for my job, so I'm not just sitting around waiting for anybody to call me. And that communication was never made between him and I of him during daytime. So again, I was on the road at this time. I was actually in Oklahoma City working, and it was time difference. It just didn't work with my schedule.
Do you have an objection, sir?
Yes, I'm going to strike it was non-responsive because that's all in it. It said Mr. Williams.
Your Honor,
Yes, 13, that's all in it.
Over your objections.
Thank you. Did Mr. Steele, to the best of your knowledge, make any efforts to meet you during the times that you said you were available before you told him that he would have to speak with you in court?
I'm not certain of that. I know just my final answer was, I didn't want to meet with him, which is my right.
Say that again?
Which is my right. I just changed my mind.
Okay. You were played on cross-examination, State's Exhibit 112, Bravo, Bravo. And you were asked about voices in the background so that the record is clear whose face is shown on the first portion of State's Exhibit 112, Bravo, Bravo, Alpha.
I sustain the objection.
Is there any other face shown on this video? Your Honor, I have not asked that question and the record does not reflect it.
I'll hold that objection, sir. You can answer it, madam, if you can.
Not that I recall.
Okay. Your Honor, with permission, I'd like to share the screen for the face shot.
As to what exhibit, madam?
State's Exhibit 112, Bravo, Bravo, Alpha. My apologies. Sergeant, you said not that you recall. Does looking at State's Exhibit 112, Bravo, Bravo, Alpha refresh your memory as to whose, if anyone's, face is on the screen besides Defendant Williams? Or better yet?
You mean here in the larger part, the video
Yes.
portion?
Yes. Do you see anyone's face besides Mr. Williams?
Not on this clip right here.
Okay. You were asked on cross-examination about words that were said in the beginning. For For the record, does the portion where Mr. Williams begins to speak appear to start at the beginning? And I can play it for you.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, then get ready in the courtroom and tell the God and his truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it. Y'all nigga need to get fucking killed, bro.
You dog. You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
Having heard State's Exhibit 112, Bravo, Bravo, Alpha, you were asked on cross-examination about the voice at the very end, snitching bitches.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with a YSL person calling himself Fulton?
Yes.
Is his name Antonio Sledge?
Yes.
Do you see his handle anywhere on State's Exhibit 112, Bravo, Bravo, Alpha? His social media handle?
Yes.
And next to his social media handle, do you see any words?
Yes.
What are those words?
You snitching, B word.
Okay.
Spelled a little different, but
Is it you snitching bitches?
yes, ma'am.
Are there C's in the snitching?
The way it's normally spelled, yes.
Is there a C in the snitching on this posting?
It's not.
Is there a C in the bitches?
The normal way to spell it, yes.
Is there a C in this posting of the word bitches?
No, ma'am.
What letter, if any, or what number, what character replaces the C in snitching?
X.
And what letter or character replaces the C in bitches?
X.
Is the language to the right of the handle at YSL_Tunk consistent with the person you hear speaking at the very end of the video?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Steele also asked you about the sequencing of the voices that we heard. Listening to the video, State's Exhibit 112, Bravo, Bravo, Alpha, which comes first? The "you need to get killed, bro," that's from me and YSL, or the snitching bitches?
I believe you need to get killed first. YSL.
I'll object. Basis, sir.
Yeah, it speaks for itself. It's been played.
I sustain the objection.
Is the way that Mr. Steele asked you on cross about the content of this video, the way that it appears in the video so that the record is clear?
I don't understand the question. I object.
I'm gonna sustain the question. I'm gonna sustain the an objection on other grounds.
Okay. As you heard Mr. Steele ask you about the video, was the language that he relayed to you in the sequence you recall hearing it on the video?
Yes.
Okay.
From the portions that I can hear, like some of it appeared to be muffled, some of the questions that he was asking, so I don't know where certain terms fell.
Asked as well, when you were asked about the video that was admitted as Defense Exhibit 222 Bravo, the video called Freestyle. You were asked on cross whether you know when that was made. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Do you have any way of even knowing when it was made?
No, I do not.
Okay. So are you able to agree with or say, as Mr. Steele did, that it was made in November 2014?
I have no way of verifying that. I mean, I don't work for production company or anything like that to verify the date. So there's no way to refute what he said.
Your Honor, may I ask Mr. Kokomo if he would play the entirety of 22 Defense Exhibit 222 Bravo with the sound?
While he's queuing out, can we approach them?
Yes, you may, sir. This, some work I need to do. Don't get too comfortable, and we'll call you back in at a point. Okay, so we'll be in recess for about 10 minutes. All rise. Okay, the court would like to hear the audio portion of Defendant Williams, 222 Bravo. So if you could cue that up so I can listen to it.
Got a court permission, I'd ask Mr. Kokomo to go ahead and cue that up and play defense 222 Bravo, that was shown. Sorry.
All right.
Mr. Kerr, he said he was. Thank you, I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
Yeah. On the deck, nigga. Top floor type shit. Rich girl. Chandeliers with marble floors, boy. My baby mama just put me on child support. Fuck a one, ain't going to court. Don't care what them white folks say, I just wanna see my little boy go to school. Be a man, and sign up for college, boy. Don't be a fool, be a man. What you think that knowledge for? She this kid, school, no reason to acknowledge her. Leave back, simple. I don't fuck around with no followers. Follow up on everything I do. That's like, girl, call the cops, don't give a fuck. I talk about all right now, girl. Wake up too late for breakfast. I need a lunch meal. My producer cut hoes off. Thank you. I'm real, I'm pouring, all I speak is truthful. I'm here, all I want is you. Hey, put it on, girl, I'm tonight. I'm trying to get in, then work my way out. I don't care who you came with, just leave with me for the rest of the night. It's over, got good look, 4-leaf cover. If she wanna fuck, tell her go over. Fuck her, pulled up, then my brother. Same mother, different daddy. Riding that caddy. Oh, black tint, you ain't seen these before. None of my shit ring, you ain't seen these before. Tell me, G, what you spent, nigga, I spent some more. Walked in with a new gun on me, y'all niggas thought I was cash. Y'all niggas out here think you selling coke, you selling cash. Fuck my man, Birdman, my man. 2 words. We can YSL, Rick gang, Rick home, make for life. Ay, try and near one up or shoot, look, show like play. With deep beat dog, better have your phone call it a night. I don't play no way. Oh. Thought I was grown until I walked in like a million. Got an endorsement with GTV, y'all niggas drinking bills. When it come to Young Thug, young bitch drunk like she was drinking this. Bottom of my car red, I drank for real. Spend a little 60 on act, I drank for real. I want corn medication, he got pain pills. But I need to see my girl to make my pain heal. But I ain't never been in love, I don't know how pain feel. Yeah. Do my thing all across the globe, that's why I spend big banks on all my hoes. I spend a larger bank on all my clothes. That pussy when she gotta try out those. Hit her from the back, she like, all she know is this. Man, to the center like, suck, say it. If you got a problem, shoot good like, stupid hole like, condo full of, I got stupid money at the condo, white to the move in, boy, I ain't even count. What? Niggas done a young couple, they in the car, everything on me and I own. Woo! I'm on the shopping, everything I see, I can buy that shit if I want. Every day I wake up, I'm trying to get my cake up with all of my rich on. 3 G's on the blaze, nigga. Millionaire's boy. She game up, nigga. Living life like that, boy. Like it's no tomorrow, you heard? Rich gang, that fly shit, nigga. Size us up, guarantee you gonna lose, you heard? Ice game so fly. Drop a 50 on a nigga feet. Fuck em. Let your people wear your t-shirts, nigga. Let's roll.
All right.
So, Your Honor, we will defer to the court's ruling regarding the sound. We only ask that Mr. Kokomo allow us the timestamps in the video where we see the person known as Bloody J, the person known as Blood Man, Birdman, and a person known as Rich Homie Quan appears in the video. With that, we don't have to play the sound. We can leave the sound out, but we'll defer to the court's ruling.
All right. Mr. Steele?
Have 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's fine, Your Honor, but we need just a couple of minutes, if you don't mind, in recess. That's fine, those numbers.
All right, if you'll get with me and figure out one, I'll just order that sound be played. You can just stop the video at those time hacks, okay? Okay.
Just get a few minutes.
We'll be in recess for another 5 minutes, okay? All right.
Fine.
One attorney.
So if you could go ahead and take your seats. So do we get the time markers?
Yes.
Mr. Steele? We good for time markers?
I left it up to the state, Mr. Kokomo, Mr. Kokomo said yes.
Okay, all right. Let's bring in our witness, please. Some of yours, starting.
You got one more? Yes. Oh, yeah, if you got one more. Okay, so.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Counsel, you may proceed when.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to stop sharing the screen for a moment. And I'm going to just ask Mr. Kokomo if he would play the Fifth Exhibit 222 Bravo without sound for the first 20 seconds. First 50 seconds, my apologies. Would you please stop it there, Mr. Kokomo? Back it up. Right there. Sergeant, do you know who that is displayed prominently in the front of the video at this point?
Yes.
Who is that person?
Brian Williams, AKA Baby.
Is he known by any other names?
Birdman.
Is he affiliated with any particular gang?
Whoa. Foundation. Oh, sorry, objection, foundation.
I sustain the objection.
To your knowledge, does Birdman self-affiliate based on what you just see in his postings and sayings? Does he self-affiliate with any particular gang?
Objection to lack of foundation.
Uh-oh, the objection.
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang is that?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay compensation clause.
One rule, sir.
The Bloods.
Continue, please, Mr. Kokomo. Would you please? Do you know who this is with the black and white shirt and the sunglasses in the middle of the page?
Yes.
Who is that person?
The rapper, Rich Homie Quan.
And continue, Mr. Kokomo. Who is the person in the page? just a moment ago, would you, right here?
Without the shirt or the,
Without a shirt.
that's the same, the rapper Rich Homie Quan.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. Pause. Would you rewind about 2 seconds? Stop. Would you please tell the jury who the person standing behind and to the slight left of the most prominent person is in this video with the red bandana around his head?
That's Justin Ushery. He's a local rapper, also known as Bloody J.
And is he affiliated with any particular gang?
Yes,
What gang?
Inglewood family.
Thank you, Mr. Copeland. That's all that I have for you. You were asked on cross-examination about the time that this video was shot. Can you tell the jury whether at any time after January 10, 2015, you ever saw members of YSL perform with members of If Gang again?
No, I did not.
You were also asked on cross-examination whether you have any evidence that Walter Murphy felt that Thug owed him something. Do you recall that? Or something to that effect?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury in your August 18, 2015 interview, and Your Honor, I'd like to just display that for the jury, with the court's permission, of course.
Which exhibit is it, madam?
It is exhibit number. You said 104, Bravo, Bravo. 105, Bravo, Bravo, the August 15, 2015 interview. 105, Bravo, Bravo, Your Honor.
That's been admitted. If it's a digital file, it's been admitted already.
Correct, Your Honor. Thank you. Sergeant, I'm going to put up on the screen really quickly. Starting, Your Honor, and counsel at 2 hours, 34 minutes and 9 seconds in. I'm sharing the screen.
Sure, you have an objection?
Question was, except for what Mr. Murphy said during the interrogation, do you have any evidence? So this does not do anything for impeachment on redirect.
I state an objection.
Your Honor, Mr. Steele did not, make that particular statement, and given that he opened the door into the things that Mr. Murphy and others have said and expected from Jeffrey Williams, the portion of this video that I'm about to play, as well as July,
But it's been asked and answered. I'm almost staying on other grounds. It's been asked and answered, so let's move on.
yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
When Walter Murphy said to you that he had done so much shit for Thug to the point where he didn't have to do anything else, did you know what he was talking about?
Objection.
Basis.
Testifying, and you already just sustained the objection.
It's been asked and answered already too, Ms. Love. So let's move on.
Yes, Your Honor. When you were asked on cross-examination about what was said in the jail call, the booking call from Walter Murphy to Erica on the day that Walter Murphy was arrested for the April shooting of Dexter Montgomery.
Mm-hmm.
You were asked by Mr. Steele whether Walter Murphy said something about seeing if Thug would raise or have a fundraiser. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you were asked on cross-examination about the conversation taking place between Trontavia Stevens and Rodney Allison on 8/2/2015, do you recall being asked about the person they referred to as Rapper Boy?
Yes.
At anyone in that call, did you hear either party refer to Rapper Boy as either Jeffrey Williams or Young Thug or anything like that that would give an indication of who Rapper Boy was?
I believe at some point during the conversation, Mr. Stevens did use the name Thug.
And did he say explicitly that Thug was Rapper Boy?
I don't believe he did.
Do you know why Mr. Steele has asked you about them talking about Rapper Boy? Do you know or have any information as to why people would not just use Jeffrey Williams or Young Thug's name if they're referring to Jeffrey Williams or Young Thug?
Speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Could you say definitively that Rapper Boy was Jeffrey Williams as you listened to that call?
Not definitively. In context, yes, but not definitively.
Were there other persons who deemed themselves rappers within the group YSL during that time?
Can I ask the answer also vague for what time?
During August of 2015.
I sustain it's a form. You can rephrase.
You were also asked regarding the snitches, bitches, and y'all need to kill video, if you knew how many people were in the video by Mr. Steele. Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes.
I object before the question. I never asked that. I asked how many in the room.
Yeah, I'd object to testify.
That's my objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
Who was the main speaker on that video?
Objection. Ask and answer.
I sustain the objection.
You were also asked on cross-examination by Mr. Sharp about your files that contain the information displayed in this case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you leave a unit or when you leave the Atlanta Police Department, and you're promoted to sergeant within that police department, are you allowed to take and continue to investigate the files that you had as a gang unit investigator?
Objection as to form when you leave the Atlanta Police Department.
I sustain the objection.
As you were promoted to a sergeant in Zone 1, were you permitted or allowed to keep investigating the gang unit cases that you worked as a gang unit investigator?
I wouldn't say you're not allowed, but I didn't. I mean, I had a focus.
And when you took the job at the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office, was there any reason you would take those files with you?
DeKalb County's files?
No, I'm sorry. The gang unit file that was related to Walter Murphy.
Objection asked and answered.
I sustain the objection.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 120. (121), and Your Honor, I'll make certain that defense knows which exhibit is 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 118, and 119.
We go through them in sequential order if you wouldn't mind.
My apologies.
118.
118, Bravo, Bravo.
118, Bravo.
Yes, 119, Bravo, Bravo.
Okay,
120, Bravo, Bravo.
all right. What else?
121, Bravo, Bravo. And just so that the fence can see how they've been marked, they've been provided.
All right, well, just show them and then we can proceed from there.
Yes. $118, $119, $120, $120.
I'm just gonna object right now to you approaching the witness with these documents. I can state reasons now or I can approach.
Your Honor,
Can I see them, please?
yes. May I approach the bench?
Just hand them to the west. All right, I'll see them.
And Your Honor, what we are not doing is.
Okay.
making this contact.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I may present to the court what I marked as 122 Bravo Bravo, and I will also give to the witness. Because I'm going to show it to her, but not tender it as evidence.
These documents that you.
You want to see? I'm showing simply for the purpose of the record.
All right, counsel's approach.
Gaither? Sergeant Gaither, you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Sharp about the reports that you wrote during the course of your investigation. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the information that you have been shown during the course of this trial, including the lineups and the recorded interviews, do they make up what your report ultimately summarized?
This is a summary of my actual report, yes.
And after you finished with your investigation into this case, did you give a copy of your file to the complaint room at the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And did that copy of the file contain the lineups?
Objection, what case, when you finish, what case?
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. Plus, it's been asked and answered now.
Yes. The Dexter Montgomery shooting, Your Honor. Thank you. Yes, Your Honor. You were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Sharp about the video that contained the surveillance video with the 4 squares in it. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were asked by Mr. Sharp about guns in the victim's vehicle, the blue car. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did either the victims or either suspects ever give you any reason to believe that a gun was pulled on the suspects you later, bless you, Your Honor, the suspects that you charged in this case?
No indication was given, no.
And you were asked about the call from Walter Murphy to Erica, wherein he indicated they want me to tell. Do you recall being asked about that? The call from Walter Murphy, the booking call to his girlfriend, Erica?
Yes.
Have you ever heard, or did you ever hear Walter Murphy say they want me to tell a lie?
No.
Okay. And did you ever hear him say anything like they want me to set up other people?
I sustain the objection.
You were asked on cross-examination about whether or not the occupants of the blue car ever got any gas or went inside the store. Do you remember being asked by Mr. Sharp that question?
Yes.
Okay. At the time, do you recall who it was that was standing at the door when Mr. Davis walked up to the store?
I believe Mr. Treadwell
Okay.
was standing at the front.
Your Honor, the video is in.
I'll move the objection. I'm sorry, sir.
Your Honor, the witness can testify.
I'll move the objection, sir.
While you were looking at the video, you were asked by Mr. Sharp questions about when the Dodge Nitro or when the victim's vehicle pulled up and a person getting out of the Pontiac going to the victim's vehicle. Do you recall that?
Yes.
At any point, does anyone from the victim's vehicle do the same thing to the suspect's car?
Later on in the video, yes.
Okay. And at that time, could you observe the demeanor between the person from the victim's vehicle and the person from the suspect's car?
Yes.
And was that person Tina Clark?
Yes.
And would you describe the demeanor of the person from the victim's vehicle and the Miss Tina Clark as they stood there talking?
Your Honor, objection, not outside the tent of jurors.
I'm gonna overrule your objection. I'm gonna sustain Mr. Steele's objection. So,
Okay.
let's move on. Asked and answered.
Why did you were asked on cross-examination about the phone calls that you made with Kenneth Copeland between January 10th and February and March of 2015? Do you recall being asked questions about those phone calls?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury whether there was any particular reason why you had these phone calls with Kenneth Copeland?
I mean, I wasn't calling him. He was calling me.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to take out my screen share and ask you just a couple more questions. What do you say? Please. And as I wrap up, were you personally involved in a gang case involving Kenneth Copeland and Shannon Stillwell back in 2000?
Faces.
Outside the scope cross, also irrelevant, also outside the scope of the indictment, proper for fee.
I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir.
Were you personally involved in a gang case involving Kenneth Copeland and Shannon Stillwell that occurred in January of 2010? And Your Honor, it is a self-authenticating document that has already been released.
Your Honor, here we go.
You can. See if I can get the juice out of it. Have a seat, Investigator Gaither. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've reached a natural stopping point for the day, and it being a little after 5 o'clock, let's go ahead and recess you for the evening. Detective Gaither, if you could come back tomorrow morning for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. Can you do that, sir? Madam? Okay, all right. We'll see you then, okay? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any ministerial inquiry of me? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and give you your nightly wrap up. Okay, leave your notepads in the basket. Please don't discuss anything that we covered in court or any other time amongst yourselves as you go in and out, or as you're going to your whatever means of conveyance you're using to get here from wherever it is that you live in our great county. Do not go to any third-party sites in terms of to gain or to add in your understanding of the case. Remember, you can only consider what is presented within the four walls of this courtroom. If any third party should attempt to reach out to you, either email, text, or any other, or in person, you need to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. Please do not listen to any news accounts or any other party accounts of this particular trial. And remember, as you're sitting back there waiting on us, it would be not proper for you to recap or otherwise handicap the testimony. Hey, what did you think about such and such? Remember, you can't do that until such time as the court gives you instructions on how you to properly consider all the evidence that you'll hear in this particular case. All right. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your extreme patience with us that you've given us and will continue to give us to the resolution of this matter. Unless you have anything of me, then I'll ask you all to be here for 9:30 tomorrow morning. We'll start as close to 1000 hours as we can, and we'll work a regular business day. Remember, Wednesday will be a somewhat abbreviated business day, as the court has some unrelated business I have to take up. And then on Thursday and Friday, you'll have some administrative days, as I mentioned to you earlier, right? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any other ministerial inquiry with me, we will talk with you tomorrow morning for 9:30. We'll see you then, okay? All right, all rise. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Okay, all right. First, let me clarify something I said in the bench earlier about Miss Love lie. That was not what I intended to say. What I intended to say was that counsel's estimations as to time, and that includes all of you, my historical experience has been that is not true in terms of estimations. Meaning that if you tell me it's 10 minutes, it's probably going to end up being 30 minutes or more. So given the hour, it's 5 o'clock, we're going to close for the day. But, okay. Anything else before we recess for tomorrow?
Your Honor, are you at liberty to tell us the time for Wednesday that you may or may not end? Your tentative skill, we're just trying to figure out witness schedule.
It will probably be around 3:30 or thereabouts.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Steele?
With the court's permission, we were given, no doubt, a upcoming witness list by the state. They gave that to us probably 2 weeks ago, I would estimate. We thank them. Can we just get some direction on who's the next?
Who's the next witness?
And who may be the witness thereafter, just because, there's about 7 people or maybe more, maybe 9 people on there.
All right, who's the state planning on calling next?
Yes,
After Detective Gaither's finished.
Yes, Your Honor. The state intends to call Officer Finney with the Atlanta Police Department, Ms. Sharon Lantners again from APD 911 Communications, Mr. Alvin Lewis, and then Ms. Investigator Tyrone Dennis and Detective David Racy. So those should be our next.
So I doubt we'll get through all those this week.
Correct.
Okay, all right, so, yes, sir.
I have one other issue. You mind, and I'm not trying to plow the field a second time. I respect your rulings. That's a 2010 case. Our indictment starts in 2012, and it impacts Mr. Williams. I know he's not involved in that document and the question asked to Detective Gaither about Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Copeland, but Mr. Copeland's potentially a huge witness in this case, and it really dirties up a person who the state is alleging is a co-conspirator. And I just ask you if it's okay. I don't know how that's not just pure character, and I would just ask the court to propensity. And it does an association. I heard what the state said. You don't need association. There's so much association between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Copeland, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Demikian Garlington. So I asked the court under 403 as well. You would, before we get it tomorrow, possibly would reverse that ruling. I'm not trying to argue or bring it up again. I just want to, it's very prejudicial.
Your Honor, the indictment that I referred to has already been admitted as evidence. It was admitted as evidence in February. We actually referenced the charges and parties. Then we did not specifically engage the witness at the time about Mr. Copeland's relationship with Mr. Stillwell. But given that we have said in our indictment and continuously throughout this trial that this is an association, YSL is an association of individuals that began prior to the date that YSL was formed. And given that there is the constant rebuttal of that information regarding it being a criminal street gang, that they are a music group, that they don't hang out with each other, I'm certain there will be arguments about bias or Mr. Copeland's reason for saying what he did. Establishing the relationship between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Stillwell through a witness who has firsthand knowledge of that. We believe is relevant and not substantially more prejudicial than probative, given the charge that is one and the elements that we are required to prove.
Okay, but here's the thing as well, Ms. Love, and you all need to start thinking about it as well. Some of this stuff's becoming cumulative of things that have been testified to or going to be testified to. So at some point in time, I am going to go ahead and reconsider that under that basis. So I just kind of ask you to think about that, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Whether or not you need it or not. So, Mr. Steele, I'm going to overrule your objection, but I will keep an eye out for other things,
Can I
okay?
clarify one thing as well regarding what Mr. Steele just said?
About what? He said a few things. What do you want to clarify?
That certified conviction was admitted for a very limited purpose, and that was to establish Mr. Stillwell's convicted felon status, which we have repeatedly said we're willing to stipulate to. So,
okay, but
so that's the limited
the state doesn't have agreed to stipulation.
I understand that, Your Honor, but it was admitted for that purpose and that purpose only, not to show association, not to show the underlying facts of the conviction, not to do any of those things. When they're saying it's already been admitted, It was admitted for a very limited purpose. And that's it. And now they're trying to bootstrap the admission for that limited purpose to get into all this other highly prejudicial aspects of this case and of that case from 2010. And that's why it has no probative value beyond its very limited purpose, and it's highly prejudicial. So the 403 balancing test weighs heavily against it.
Well, it does go to association. So, and for the limited purpose that you just said. So that it was admitted back, I want to say February.
I have a prediction, Your Honor, that before the state's done presenting their case, we're going to see dozens of videos with Mr. Williams, Mr. Copeland, Mr. Stillwell together in them. That is not needed to prove association.
Well, if that's the case, then, I'll rule accordingly. Okay.
But it will be too late because they'll already have elicited this objectionable testimony from Investigator Gaither tomorrow morning. That's the problem.
Well, I'll have to rule on it accordingly. I mean, I can't just say that they can't admit it at this point in time, but State, I'd ask you to relook that because it sounds like you are kind of expanding the purpose for the admission of that particular indictment earlier. I can see association, but we don't really need to go through all that again. So can you limit what you're asking tomorrow?
My apologies, Your Honor. Please repeat the last part.
I said, will you limit what you're going to present on that indictment tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor, and we will, yes, and I can submit to the court and the parties what I anticipate asking in the court. The court says no, then we don't do it.
All right.
Your Honor, I have one other issue, if Your Honor would give just a minute. We have a unique situation here. We have an Investigator Gaither who testified that she spoke to certain witnesses and wrote reports about those interviews. Okay, that was her testimony on the stand. I am telling you as an officer of the court, and I think everyone on this side is in agreement. I believe the state's in agreement. In the discovery provided to us, there are no reports that document those interviews with Mr. Davis, with Mr.
Okay, we went through this twice already.
Okay,
So
but I'm gonna
what's your bottom line up front? What are you asking me
bottom
for?
line is this. The only way to prove that fact would be to to prove a negative would be to admit the entire case file, all sorts of hearsay and everything else. I am asking Your Honor to basically tell the jury what we know and what the state knows.
I'm not going to do that.
And
I'm not going to do that.
242201.
Look, they're going to, that's a call they're going to make. You, sir, you have vigorously examined this witness about these reports and the lack thereof and what she did or did not do. And I'm sure that your argument will also bring light to those particular issues. So at this point, I think you've done as much as you can. Now, I told you, if these things surface later on, then we're going to have a problem. So, and I'll deal with it at that point in time.
I'm not worried about them surfacing later on. My belief is they exist. My belief is she lied on the stand about it.
Well, I mean, but that's a credibility determination for the jury to make.
But, Your Honor, but you could give a judicial notice instruction to the jurors to at least establish, not whether
I'm not going to do it. I told you, I'm not going to do it. You've asked me to do that 3 times already. I'm not going to do it.
Well, I asked for a stipulation last time.
Yeah, well, I can't enter into, I can't order a stipulation unless parties both agree to it.
And that's why I'm asking for judicial notice, because you can do that unilaterally.
No, I can't, because it has to be of something that, as the old expression goes,
it's not in dispute. And it's not
well, no,
discovery, Your Honor.
but it has to be something that would be an ordinary fact, and that's not something that would be an ordinary fact. Is your contention and the state's contention? You contend, hey, they don't exist. The states, the parties contend, well, we gave you everything we had. So, and then you can argue that to the jury, and they can decide whether or not they want to believe you or not.
I'm I'm not asking you to give a judicial notice that they don't exist. I'm just asking you to give a judicial notice that they weren't provided to the defense. That's all I'm asking. And that's
I'm not going to do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. All right. Unless there's anything else. And Mr. Shard, I also invited you to give me some law on that particular issue. I don't believe you've given me any law as it relates to that. So like I said, I can't do it. I can't do it, and I won't do it at this point in time. So.
Okay, 242201.
That's not the same, sir.
Well,
That's not.
Okay.
That's not the same. All right. We're going to recess. I'll see y'all in the morning.
I give you one case on this.
On what, sir?
That it has to, you know.
That has what?
the law. It has to be redacted. And I don't know the number, but the prior conviction to show that Mr. Stillwell is a convicted felon.
Yes.
It has to be redacted as to the predicate offenses if it's requested by the defense. So in this case, I'm requesting, but in this case, Mr. Sharp too. And that's the law in Georgia, and a case just came out in the 11th Circuit. And I'd just like to tell it to you because.
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with that.
Okay, and that's what I'm asking.
So you're asking for a redaction and then indictment?
And that's why the state said, well, it's in evidence. Yes, it's in.
Yeah, it's in evidence, but it would still be subject to a redaction anyways.
That's it. So they get out the gang relation.
Yeah.
Yes. Can I cite it, Mr. Matthew?
Yes.
There's a lot, by the way, but it's United States versus Hood, like the hood of a car. And that's 2024 U.S. Appeal. That's U.S.APP. It's Lexis, Lexis, 3918. It was decided February 21, 2024. It's the 11th Circuit, and it's in Division 1. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. So questions that you're going to ask, Ms. Love, and you will have to, since the defense has asked for redaction, then that would be, but that only applies basically when it goes out. So,
Oh, but it can't be used in court.
Yeah.
It's only for, as you said, possession of firearms.
yes, sir.
Predicate, the underlying felony.
And Your Honor, I guess the point that I would add is the redaction is meaningless if the state's allowed to ask investigators
I understand.
questions about it.
I understand. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna figure the questions that they're gonna ask and whether or not I'm going to expand it, if any. Okay. All right. Okay. We're in recess. I'll see you all tomorrow morning for 9:30 and or 9:45. We'll come in a little early and then we'll get started as close to 10 o'clock as we can. Okay. All right. We're in recess.